All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the stream. Hope everybody is doing well tonight. We are going to be picking up where we left off last night, and I actually have some really good news. We made some decent progress off camera, actually, with getting some of our texture stuff working. So we'll go over that here in just a minute. We actually were really close last night to getting all that working, but all right. Before I go ahead and jump into the stream and what we're going to be doing tonight, I do just want to take just a quick second and thank the supporters of the channel, starting with our partners who are listed at the top there. They are the highest tier of subscription over on Patreon and YouTube memberships. They are Dustin Punt, Gabby Bashir, and Gerboles Inc. I'd also like to thank all the other supporters listed here. They are a combination of the other tiers of support on Patreon, YouTube memberships, as well as Twitch subscriptions. So thank you all very much for your support. It means a lot to me, and it helps me cover expenses in hosting this project, both in hosting fees, equipment costs, other costs associated with it. So any of that support is greatly appreciated. In addition to that, I do want to thank all the viewers. Without you guys, obviously this project would not exist. So whether you're catching me on the VOD after the fact, or whether you're here live on the Twitch or the YouTube side, thank you guys for being here. We do simulcast to both YouTube and Twitch, so I do have those chats up here on the various monitors, so I do monitor them. I enjoy interacting with you guys, so feel free to jump into chat. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask, and I'll answer it to the best of my ability. All right, so speaking of chat, Sergeant Pepper, good to see you. Coding off camera, who does that? Actually, what's really funny is that I didn't even wind up doing that much. I had sort of a brain fart about, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes after I got done with work today. And I was like, oh, I think the problem that we were having last night is this. And I went in there and just kind of did it real quick. And it wasn't even more than maybe 2 minutes of coding, and bam, it works now. So we'll go into that in just a second. Flask, good to see you. How's it going? Tam and Dua, good to see you as well. Hello, almost birthday guy. How are you doing? I am doing really well. Thank you for asking. I hope you're doing well as well. The plan for tonight is a little bit different than what we normally do, in terms of time at least. So this is sort of a pre-birthday stream. My birthday's actually tomorrow. But what I'm going to do is, since I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow, what I'm going to do instead of that is we're going to stream up till midnight my time, probably a little bit beyond that whenever I get tired, basically. That way we kind of go into that, and then, at some point we'll wind down after that whenever I get tired. That being said, I am equipped with some coffee here in a Pokeball mug, so there's that. Sergeant Pepper, thank you for the birthday wishes. I appreciate that. So yeah, that's kind of the plan tonight, is to just kind of make some progress. I'm on the fence. I was actually kind of considering maybe even not breaking for ads, just in the spirit of kind of getting things done, right? So normally I break the stream for ads, but I think tonight I might actually skip that and just keep working. We'll see where we wind up. I'll send a happy birthday in Portuguese when the time comes. Fair enough. I appreciate that. All right, so yeah, hoping to make some good progress tonight. Speaking of good progress, if we open up our debugger real fast, we have visual progress. So if we run this guy, we see some things have come back. Now, obviously not everything is back, right? Our text, for example, is missing, but we knew that was going to happen because we have some work to do around the textures that are actually used to render the fonts. So those are actually being rendered, but there's no sort of texture associated with them, which is why they're not showing up, right? So they're basically just being rendered, but completely transparent. So that's one of the things I'm hoping to fix tonight. But if you look closely, what we do have is we actually have our button is back, as well as our panel over here, which means that our standard UI asset is actually our texture asset is being loaded, fed to the resource system. The resource system is actually performing the upload to the GPU, and all of those steps are connected in order to make this show up, right? So even the hover state is working, and all that good stuff is there. I don't know about the debug window. I think that's probably just going to be, yeah. So obviously the debug window exists as well with the text box here, but obviously our fonts are not rendering just yet. So we did make some pretty substantial progress on that, and I want to continue that progress. So there's basically two directions I could go with this. I could fix the fonts first, which is kind of what I'm leaning towards, and then just get fonts sort of working, and then go back and change all the other uses of textures to use the new resource system. So the whole plan of basically swapping out one of these things at a time so far has worked, which is great. So yeah, we're definitely in a much better place. And what this proves, by the way, is all the systems that we've been writing over the last couple months, really. So our packaging system, our virtual file system, our asset system, our resource system, and all the other work that we did in between those things. All those things are actually in place and working now. And that's proven by this texture actually showing up, right? And so now we can actually continue on making some good progress with that and making the other things show as well. We do have a few things to figure out. We've got some validation errors about some stuff not being destroyed, but we can come back to that later. I'm not going to worry about that now. I just want to get things working, and then we'll come back and we'll fix the errors. But we're no longer getting that spam of validation errors on every frame, right? So that all is at least fixed. So definitely a step in the right direction. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Okay, so with that said, we had a few fix-me's around having to do with fonts. So those are probably what we're going to start on first. Maybe I should probably commit what we have, actually, before we do that. I should probably commit and push this. Since we're in a working state, this is probably a good position to do that, right? So these are all the files that have changed, which is quite a bit, right? I should also point out that I added a git ignore here for the KBI, which is the Kohi binary image. That generation of that image is actually working as well. Let me pull this up here. So if we look, that was one thing I meant to bring up. If we look at, let's see, that was going to be under... collapse some of these things here. So that is under the UI standard, right? And you can see here that we have a new standard UI Atlas KBI file. And so this is our binary image format, our custom binary image format that we wrote. And so the serialization and deserialization of this is also in place and working. And so we also have the process of importing our textures working as well. So we can import a texture, get this binary file, which is then loaded on the next time we load. So all of those pieces that we were working on are all in place and working. So now we just have to slowly start kind of picking out the old stuff and replacing it with the new. Let's see. When you have some time, can you explain a bit how the versioning works on the engine? I saw there's a version gen util on the repo. Sure. I can do that really quickly, actually. So basically, actually, let me open up the console log. I'll go to the top here. So each individual library has its own sort of separate version, right? So we have And it looks like there's an issue in here where I've got a space being generated. I'll have to fix that. But so our Kohi runtime, for example, is output in the console. All of our plugins also have versions, right? And so the purpose of this is so that when somebody sends me a log that's got errors or something in it, I can very quickly see where they are in the code base. So right now, we are in the 0.8 branch, right? So it's major, minor, and then patch. And then revision is this number here. So we're on 0.8.0. Generally speaking, when we actually go to release, probably when we release a game, that's when we update the major. Major features are going to be in the minor versions, unless we have some sort of major overhaul after the release of the first version of the engine. And that's just so that we don't bloat the major version of the engine, right? So we use the minor for that. And then the patch is used for bug fixes post-release of a minor version, right? So we actually saw in version 0.7, there was an issue on Mac OS with the windowing. And so what we had to do is we actually had to put out a patch version, which is 0.7.1, so that Mac would actually run correctly, right? And so that's what that version is for. And then this version here, which is the revision, this number is a representation of essentially the time that this was built. So encoded into here is the year, which is 24, right? The day of the year, which is 248, and then the number of seconds that have passed within that day. So that is what this number is right here. So I could just very easily decode that to see what time it was built. The reason I might want to do this is if we have multiple sort of releases in a day, once we hook up automatic builds and stuff on the repo, which we haven't done yet, but eventually when we do get to that point, then I can actually see, when in the day that was built, and it kind of has like a built-in timestamp right into the version, right? And so each one of these libraries has that. The version gen is responsible for essentially taking this, which is provided in a text file. I'll show you that in a second, and then generating this number and slamming them together and generating a header file. So each one of these libraries, and we'll use runtime as the example since that's what we're looking at here. So if we look at the runtime library, we have a version.txt, and all that is included in there is just the base version, right? So right now, anytime we go to cut new version, I would just do 9 right there, right? And save that and check that in. Eventually, this will be automated as well. But the way that this works is that version gen reads this file to get the first part of this string here, and then it generates the second part of that string, right? And what that does is under source, it adds me a runtime version, or I should say an underscore version H file, right? So in this case, it's named the same as the library, right? So the library is kohi.runtime. We have kohi.runtime underscore version.h. If we click into that, that is where this define is made, right? So within this library, we have this k version that's defined, and then we can reference that in code, in our case, the log, and that's how that works, right? That's where all the pieces connect. So I hope that makes sense. You have a beard, so are you... Do I know AI? What? Let's say someone somehow sent you my AI, insane AI architecture. Would you be able to shake your head forwards and backwards to symbols in my AI that make sense to architectural standpoint? I'm not sure what you're asking, to be completely honest. Diamond, good to see you. Could also put in commit hash. Yes, that was another thing I was considering doing. which obviously so once we get continuous integration set up, there will be a commit or a series of commits that will be associated with a release. So technically we'll have that anyways. You think it's an AI? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Um, Oranong, I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah. Um, I'm not sure. Okay. Let's see. When does the version get executed? It's automated everywhere. Yeah. So, are you talking about like when does when does this get executed, or when does the version gen get executed? So the version gen is actually called by the build script. Oron, can you like slow down with the messages a little bit? It's getting a little bit spammy there, dude. Like maybe form sentences instead of typing one or two words at a time. Um, and yeah, I'm not gonna click that right now on stream. Version gen exe. Okay, so yeah, version gen exe is actually triggered as part of the build process. So if I take a look at the library makefile and version gen, whoops, I have caps lock on for some reason, but whatever, we can see that it's called here, right? So what this literally does is it says, okay, go into the build directory, call this version gen, whether we're on Windows or otherwise, right? And then pass it the path to the text file, right? So that's basically the way that works. Damn it, I don't blame you. Yeah, yeah, Orong, chill with the links and messages, man. You're being a little bit spammy. I might have to time you out. Slow down a little bit. All right, let's see. Morales DS, how's it going? I hope I pronounced that right. I remember you showing in an older video another branch of the engine, more advanced. Do you still keep them separate, or is this up to date with the latest version? So, the way that I manage branches in this is we essentially have we have the main branch, right? And then we have what I call a release branch, right? So the release branch matches up with the version that we've kind of talked about, right? So we have a version 0.8.0 release branch. And then everything that I do that goes into that version, I do in a feature branch that is branched off of that version branch, if that makes sense, right? So the feature / k package, which is what the branch we're in now, which is we wound up doing a lot more than k package, but this is the feature branch that we're working in now. This will get merged into release version 0.8.0 branch, and then when we actually release 0.8.0, 0.8.0 will then get merged into main, but we keep the 0.8.0 branch in case we have to patch it. And so feature branches are temporary. We do get rid of those, but when we have a version branch, we keep those around in perpetuity, just so that if we need to at some point, we can actually easily branch off of that and and patch, right? So an example of that is where we had to do 0.7.1. And then also when we merge, a version branch into main, we also tag it at that point as well. So that's unfortunately, it's a little bit manual at the moment just because I haven't wanted to spend any time automating it, but eventually I'm going to have to automate it. All right. Thanks for the explanation. Yeah, no worries. No worries at all. Glad I was able to make that sense. Make that make sense, rather. Are you going to go with the dev staging prod setup when you go full CI/CD? I haven't decided yet. I might, but like most of that kind of branching strategy is where you have like lots of people working on it, And for the most part, it's just me. So I think what I'm doing right now works fine, but if I need to introduce like a dev branch, I could do that. But it's probably, I mean, I'm probably not going to have like dev staging prod. I probably won't have all that, right? I'm probably going to stick to something pretty similar to what I'm doing now with maybe another dev layer in there somewhere. Just because I think at some point it gets to be a little bit much to manage. Okay. I hope all that makes sense. All right. So the next piece of this is going to be, let's see, I think this was it UI? I think it was SUI label that had it. Yeah, actually right here. Okay, so this is the reason that our fonts aren't showing currently. And I have this in a couple of different places. So right now, the way that our standard UI works in general is we have our sort of standard UI atlas, which is, for a reminder, I'll actually pull up the image. That was this one, right? And I'll zoom this in a little bit so you guys can kind of see that, right? So it's this kind of image, and obviously we're going to expand on this, right? So we have this image that is used as our base for all UI controls. I'm probably going to shrink this at some point and tighten things up a little bit and optimize it. But for now, I wanted plenty of space to be able to add plenty of stuff for different controls and whatnot. Anyway, so that is our sort of standard atlas. And that atlas is used to draw all SUI controls, right? And so there are certain controls that need to override that atlas, however. So the atlas is just kind of considered the texture that's used to draw those controls. And so our text boxes, our buttons, all that stuff, all uses an image. And the font is really no different, at least for now. The only difference with the font is obviously it needs to use a different texture. And so at the moment, we're actually using the same shader to render text that we use to render UI controls. That is a bit of a temporary thing because eventually we want to support, sign distance field and stuff like that for fonts. But we don't have that yet, so we can continue kind of working with it this way. So at some point there will be a bit of a refactor to rework how that works, but for right now we can actually use this Atlas override thing to achieve what we need. Now, the reason that we don't have this is because our typed data is an SUI label internal data, right? The data within that is our font data, our old font data structure, right? And the atlas on there is a texture map, right? And so what we were doing before was you're basically just taking a pointer to that and saying the atlas override is using that texture map instead, which was fine, but now we're dealing with different types. And I did this specifically to call out where all these different types are being used. And so this is something that we're going to have to swap out to use the new texture stuff, right? So what I could do is I could go into this font data, and from there modify this font data structure to include the type that we need. But if I recall correctly, I think we actually had put into place a new structure for this. So I'm going to have to do a little bit of memory refreshing because it's been a few weeks since we actually did the font stuff. But that's more or less where we're winding up. Let's see. I have no idea what you're talking about, Camel. What is with all the AI stuff here? Um, yeah, okay. Let's go ahead and I'm going to time out that one. Yeah, it seems like there's some bot stuff going on here. That's always nice. I have an atlas at home. I didn't know that codes have atlases. Yeah, so atlas in this context means it's a texture atlas, right? It contains uh, bits of different textures sort of within one texture, and we can kind of cut that up and use it as we need to. Okay. Punk is. That's very funny. I like how you're messing with that. That's very funny. Um, you needed the cookie recipe. Okay. That's funny. Yeah, I thought about it, but it was like getting really spammy. It was kind of distracting me too. All right. So let's see. Unfortunately, it didn't work well for. It didn't work so well for Cherno. Way more difficult to keep both at the same time. Um. Oh wait, I missed a comment before that. Let's see. Thanks for explaining. When I saw that video, I thought it was similar to the Hazel engine, where the dev branch is way ahead and the educational videos take longer to get even closer to there. Okay, so yeah, I know what you mean. So actually, when this series started, I started it off as a tutorial series, and that is what I did. I actually had a private repo that I kept stuff in. What a freaking nightmare that was to maintain, right? And I think I wound up getting away from that. I feel like it was like maybe 40 videos in or something like that. May have been a little bit further than that, but yeah, we got away from that because it was a nightmare to maintain. So yeah, now we just kind of maintain it this way. As of version 0.5, we maintain it this way. It's much easier. Is asset and attachment the same thing? No. So an asset is a representation of a file on disk. Essentially, is the way that you can think of it. So if we take a look at our UI standard library, for example, it has assets, right? So it has font assets. All of these are assets, font type assets. We have shader assets, right? And then there's, these get loaded from disk and put into a structure in code that's sort of a representation of this. And then those assets are, and their data is fed over to a resource, which is actually then used by the GPU or whatever system actually needs to load it, right? So it could be audio, it could be a texture, it could be a mesh, something like that, right? So attachment, though, an attachment has several different meanings depending on what we're doing. I don't think. So I think in this this scenario, like our SUI label doesn't actually use anything with attachments. Attachments in the context of a scene are basically you can almost think of them as objects that use resources. So it might be like a mesh, like a static mesh in the world. Can be an attachment. A skybox can be an attachment. A light can be an attachment. In context of a shader, an attachment is basically what you're drawing to or rendering to. So it's depending on where you are in the system, it can mean a different thing. Let's see. Robot discrimination. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. Just a skosh. All right. So I think when we take a look at, oh right, I was going to commit this and I almost forgot to do that before I started coding again. Let me undo that. All right, so git status. So this is all the stuff that we're going to be checking in. So git add. Right, so this is work in progress, texture, resources. And in this case, we'll say, actually, we'll say texture resource redux, right? And we'll say standard UI atlas is converted. And then we'll push that. Did I forget to pull changes? That's always fun. What has happened? This is what I get for doing a update right before stream. Pull rebase false. I've already run that. Why is it bleating about that? Merge conflicts, fun. All right, let's figure those out real fast. I think I know why too, because I think I started like fixing stuff on one machine and then wound up fixing it on another. So probably what I'm going to do, I'm probably going to wind up keeping current for a lot of stuff. Oh, actually, I'm going to take incoming on this one. I don't think these mergers are going to be, these merge conflicts are going to be anything crazy. It's going to be stuff like this. Okay, I'm going to go with current change on this one. And then is this one done? I think it is. And this one, I think, is going to wind up being because of the name change. Okay, so I guess I'll keep current change. I may have to make sure that this all builds correctly. It's not a huge deal. Current change. Okay. What is this complaining about? Anything? All right, so let's try this again. I'm going to clean this and rebuild everything just to make sure it works. I had forgotten that I had done some of this work on the Mac and pushed it. So that's why it's bleating. Okay. Render graph node. Actually, which one was that? That was UI. I probably accepted the wrong change there. That should be UI Atlas. Okay. Let me just make sure that this works. I'm glad I did that sooner rather than later, actually. Would have been so much worse the other way around. Okay, we're good. All right, so I think we should be good on that. Status, git commit, merge from remote. All right, should be able to push that now. There we go. All right. Now that I'm done being a bananas, we should be able to get back to what we were actually trying to do in the first place, which is this. Let's see. Chapter 7. Is Final Fantasy VII the only good Final Fantasy game? No, absolutely not. There's a lot of really good ones, actually. 7 is probably my favorite. I also thoroughly enjoyed 8, which I know a lot of people crap on for some reason, but I like that one. I liked 9 a lot. I liked 10 a lot. 13 I thought was pretty good, although I did not get through the trilogy. I still play 14, which is the MMO. I still play that one online a lot. Final Fantasy 6 was also really good. And then I have a re-release of Final Fantasy 1. Actually, that was a Japan-only re-release. I've got that on a Japanese PlayStation 1. I haven't made it all the way through that one, but that's pretty good so far, too. I like that one. But it's like super old school, right? So I also played 11 back in the day, and that was good for its time. Conflicts, what fun. Yeah, exactly. Final Fantasy 4. Yeah, I played a little bit of 4. I didn't go all the way through it, though. I don't know why. 4 was pretty good, though. At least, I should say, at least what I played. You know what? I kind of feel like if we're doing all this font stuff, like maybe we should just do... Maybe we should do this bit. Maybe we'll separate out the shader anyway. I wasn't going to do that, but... Or maybe we come back to it afterwards. Maybe we should do all of the other texture work and then do fonts last, because that's kind of a separate thing. Alright, I think I'm going to hack it for now. And I'm going to leave the fix me's in here. And we're going to come back and handle it the right way when we get ready to do the font resource type. So if we have, if we take a look at this, we need a K resource texture map atlas there. I'm not going to keep the old version of this because we're just going to convert the whole thing. Right, so that should be, does it not like that? Atlas override. K resource texture map pointer. That is a K, wait, is... Take the address. I am taking the address though. Oh, I'm not. I must have deleted that and didn't mean to. There we go. Okay. So of course that's going to blow up the font system. Not terribly surprised about that. So let's take a look at the font system. Okay, so texture system acquire. Looks like we also have some other things in here that we need to revisit at 1.2. So this is the bitmap font load. So instead of texture system acquire, we need to actually be using our new version of acquisition for this. Now, we have our font. Oh, you know what? We don't have. What did the bitmap fonts have? We might be forced to actually do this now. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Vulcan Stinky Dinky. Going crazy from the error. Yeah, Vulcan will do that to you, for sure. Thankfully, we're not having to do too much. I don't think we're going to have to do too much Vulcan stuff tonight. We might, but we'll see. Do you have a 9 to 5? Yes, I do. Yeah. Yeah, that's... I can't stream full time because I do have a 9 to 5. Okay, so I guess what we need is texture. Oops, I'm recording a macro. Don't want to do that. Texture system request, right? So that's going to be the thing we're going to want to do now. This gets a little bit interesting now. I remember talking about this before. So we need, in order to request a texture through the new system, we need to know a name of the texture, which is fine. We can extract that from the resource data. But then we also need to know a package name. Which I guess I could hard code for now, but that eventually is going to be a problem. So that might require a fix me as well. And or some changes to the VFS to potentially look at all packages for that, right? So maybe it'll start looking in the standard UI package and then move on from there. So let's see, we need a listener, a callback, and a handle to the resource. So if we take a look at standard UI system, what we actually really need is this, right? So we need, I don't think we need, do we need the, we may or may not need the texture map. All right, so actually what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna paste this in, right? Because this kind of has some of our stuff that we need. However, what we're gonna do is instead of this standard UI atlas, we are gonna say this up here. Which, to be frank, I don't know. Oops, I don't want that inside quotes. I don't know if that's going to work, so we'll see. Note, might have to address this by using the new font resource type. So we're going to try it the hacky way first and see where we get. All right, so texture system request state. What is the standard UI state? So that's going to be the listener. So the listener, I guess in this case, is going to be the state pointer, right? So that's going to be sort of our context, right? So that's going to be the font system state. And then we're going to do we want to do texture resource loaded? Let's do font. No, let's do bitmap font. Bitmap font texture resource loaded. Right, and then the resource that we're going to pass along to it is going to be the lookup font resource data atlas texture. And then we're going to say failed to request bitmap font texture. And then maybe we should also use like a default texture in the case that that fails. But for now, we're not going to worry about it. What we're going to do is take this and go, I guess right here. You can always move this later. We're going to do bitmap font texture resource load. The listener is not going to be a standard UI state. That is going to be font system state. Right, so that's going to be the listener. We'll set up a texture map for it. So in this case, state is going to be... Is it going to be state, though? It's not going to be. That's probably not what we want as the listener. We want the font data as the listener. We don't actually need the state for anything, I don't think. Except maybe this. All right, let's try... I guess let's do the font data as the context. All right, so we'll do the address of this guy. What doesn't it like about that? Oh, I did the wrong one. That should be there. And then the address of that. Incompatible pointer types. Okay, resource texture. Oh, is this? That's already a pointer. Okay. Why is the... No, I suppose that's fine. I don't know that I don't like... I don't know that I like this not being owned by anything. I feel like... Like we have the texture map here, right? So the texture map itself contains a pointer to a texture, right? But like nothing out here actually owns that texture. I feel like we should probably like have k resource texture atlas texture, right? As we do in other spots, right? So this will actually sort of own that resource, right? And then, well, did I spell? No. And then this will just kind of contain a pointer to that guy. I think that makes sense. Okay, so let's do... Actually, we could just do this, and then we want the address of that guy. And then when we go here, we can say font data. Right, and instead of state, we'll just do font. And then font atlas. So we set up the texture map. Then we set the map texture to resource, right? And that's going to have to be a k resource texture pointer. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. And then the only other thing that we're going to have to do is we are going to need to get a pointer to the renderer state, which is, I guess, we're not going to be like loading these things that often. I don't think this is going to be like a performance issue. Engine systems get renderer system. All right, we'll just do that. And then we'll say bitmap font cannot be initialized if that fails. Okay, so the way that this should work is we perform a request to load the font atlas texture. We get the file name from the resource itself, from the font resource. That is subject to change. We are sort of hard coding this, which I'm not a huge fan of, but we can always fix that later. That's where I know it happens to live for now. We'll probably want that to be configured. We go ahead and we pass the resource data as the listener, right? So that a pointer to that gets passed. And then we do, this is our callback, and then this is the resource that we're actually loading, which is the atlas texture. That atlas texture gets assigned to the atlas texture map during this callback, and we should be good. So if all of this, so this request is made, this has to be assumed to be asynchronous. Meaning that anything that comes after it needs to assume that this isn't necessarily available yet, because it is asynchronous and probably won't be available for several cycles until after this is done. So set up font data. Let's just make sure this is not doing anything that relies on great map resources. Ooh, okay. So already it's doing something here that it shouldn't be doing. In both cases, we're not going to want it to do this. So I'm going to comment this out for now. Here it's going through and I think just setting up our glyphs and tab X advance. So there's nothing really crazy going on there. And then we're just setting the entry in the hash table for lookup, and that's it. Okay, so that's bitmap font load. I guess let's try. There's still an error in here somewhere. Spark Blues, thank you for the follow, by the way. Appreciate that. Try to compile source star.c and include star.h using Clang, and it keeps giving me an error about compiling multiple output files or something. Yeah, well, I mean, you don't compile the H files, right? They're included in C files, and you compile the C files, and the H files just get included, right? So you don't want those to be in there. Happy birthday. Thanks for being such an inspiration. I appreciate that. Yeah. So my birthday isn't technically for another, what is it? Almost 2 hours, a little over 2 hours. But yeah. No, wait. Yeah, a little over 2 hours. But thank you. I appreciate that. Celebrating a new ripe old age. Yeah, I'm about to be level 39. Yay. Appreciate the birthday wishes, guys. Thank you. If you're on NeoVim, you should try To Do Comments. It's a really nice plugin. I'm actually using that. That's how I'm getting this guy right here. Actually, I'm using, I actually forked that plugin, and I'm using my fork of that plugin. Because I needed the ability to also have it support this if I wanted to. And the base one didn't do that. So, but yes, it is a nice plugin, and I do use it. It's pretty awesome. I just have a fork of it that I use. All right, clean up font data. Okay. So I'm thinking as I make these changes, we had to make the changes for bitmap fonts. I'm probably gonna have to do the same for system fonts, I think. minus the asset request. So that's going to be interesting to see how that works. Render a texture map resources release. So do we have... We do have a K-resource version of this. Okay, so this just needs to be that version of it. And I believe this also requires a pointer to the render system state, which is kind of annoying, but maybe we'll see if we can come up with something to make that a little bit simpler. But for now, I'm just going to do engine systems get render system. If a bitmap font, release the reference to the texture. Yes, so texture system release. Do we have release resource? We do have it. Okay. So we just need to do release resource. And then this is actually, I think, the resource itself. So actually, we don't even need the name. We just need, let's see. Yes, that is a pointer to the resource to be released. Perfect. Okay, so that's good. Let's see what these warnings are about. Deprecations, okay. Okay, yeah, so this is the system font variant of this, which is going to require some work. So, as a refresher, bitmap fonts load a existing texture from disk that has all of the glyphs that are supported by that font in it. Whereas system fonts load up a true type font file and generate glyphs to a writable texture on the fly. And so we just fixed the bitmap font portion of that, but now we actually have to fix the system font portion of that, which I'm hoping is not going to be a huge deal. But we have this texture system acquire writable, right? As opposed to like a request writable. And the difference being there is acquire writable is going to be... Actually, I wonder how many places in code you actually use that before I go too much further with that. Texture system acquire writable. So it's used a few times within the texture system. Oh, that's an error message. Okay. Writable arrayed. Okay, so one calls the other there. That's still one usage. This is the call to that second one. And there's that. So it looks like the font system uses it. And that's it. That actually simplifies things. So since we're only using the writable texture in one spot, I don't need to keep two versions of it. I can just convert the version that we're using to do the thing that we need to do. So in this case, what this does is it creates a texture. It creates it and it returns it immediately, which I think we can still do. It's just the process under the hood is going to be a little bit different. So if we go to texture system and we do acquire writable, here we go. Let's see. I guess, so we're kind of going with this new model of request, right? Request is kind of an asynchronous thing, right? So the request is basically saying, I'm putting in a request to load this texture. Give it back to me whenever you're done loading it up and when it's ready to go. Acquiring is basically an instant thing. So it makes sense to have a request when we are loading the file from disk because that's a slow operation, right? And we want to continue running and doing other things while that's happening. But I think for a writable texture, it's fine to do that sort of immediate inline. So I think the only thing that we need to do is this should be a K resource texture, right? And then the name, I think we should use a K name for that because that's what's being used here, right? So we'll just need a K name instead of a string. But we don't need a package name, right? Because it's just a writable texture. It gets thrown away when we're not using it. So there's that. Which means also, ooh, you know what? How many? I don't think there were any places used in this either, though. They would have shown up in our search. Right, so we have kname there. That should be fine. And then this goes there. Okay, what is, oh, this has to be a K resource texture. K resource texture. This also has to be a K resource texture. Okay. So this does do texture reference processing, which I don't think that's actually probably going to wind up going away. So what this was doing is kind of what our resource system is handling for us now, where our texture system maintains a count of references to a texture. So every time a texture is acquired, or requested rather, either way, the reference count to that texture gets incremented. And every time it's released, it gets decremented. And if it gets decremented to 0, then we go ahead and auto-release that texture, right? We free up all the GPU resources, we unload it, all that stuff. And so I'm thinking now, our resource system actually does the same thing. Like our new resource system does the same thing. So I'm thinking we actually don't really need to do this portion, right? Because we have a few different things going on here. But I think this step is kind of rendered unnecessary. Me and Mr. Mustard, how's it going? Good to see you. Bit late today. What have you missed? Is the new texture resource system working with the UI? Yes. Well, sort of. I don't think I've tried to build it since, so I should still be able to run it. Yeah, so this is where we are currently. So you can see here that our UI atlas is actually loaded. And so just to kind of catch you up, what this means is that it means two things, actually. Well, it means a bunch of things, actually. So this means that our UI atlas texture is going through all the systems that we wrote and is actually being loaded and used correctly. So it shows up here and acts exactly as it should, which means that our package system that we wrote, our VFS that we wrote on top of that, the asset system, the resource system, the texture loader, import process, all of those things are actually working. And the way that we know that the import process worked is actually if we take a look at the logs. And we go down here. I put some stuff in here to make this a little bit easier to, let's see, right here. So loading asset, standard UI atlas from the standard plugin, right? Asset load from VSS successful, primary asset loaded, right? So we didn't do the import here. We actually loaded the primary asset, which is the new binary format that we came up with, right? So our KBI texture was automatically generated and written to disk here as part of our import process. So that whole import process also works. And so we have our binary deserialization and serialization works. And then all required assets loaded for resource, blah, 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 proceeding to upload to GPU. There is an issue here about releasing the asset, but I'm not worried about that right now. We'll come back and fix that. And then finished uploading texture, data, the texture is ready, and then initialize. System was successful. So all of those systems that we've been working on, put in place, are actually functional. And so what we're doing right now is we're going through and we are editing or I guess you could say we're kind of hacking the font system to make it work with the new stuff just long enough so that we can kind of get fonts rendering. And then we'll swap out the font resource after the fact because I want to get back to changing out all the other places that use the K-resource textures to use K-resource textures so that way we can pull all the old texture stuff out. So I hope that makes sense. Happy early birthday. I appreciate that. Thank you. Here it already is my birthday. Yeah, exactly. So it depends on where you are in the world, I guess, right? It's actually been worked on for 2 months. Yeah, that sounds about right. Kohi binary image. Is that what KBI stands for? Exactly. Yep. Can you talk about the K functions? The K functions. There's a bunch of them. Which ones do you want me to talk about specifically? Like what is the K for? Or I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, K error and K warrant. Okay. So those are logging. Those are for logging purposes. So those are actually macros. Do we have any here? I'm guessing as I was scrolling through code, you probably saw those. Were there any? Let's see if there was any here. Probably. Yeah, like you're talking about like this K error guy here. So what these actually are, if I can actually get, you know what? Let me just open it in the editor that I normally use because this one is just sucking and not wanting to actually open the way I want it to. All right, so here's our logger, right? So we have all these different functions, we'll call them. They're actually macros, right? But we'll come back to that in a second. This is essentially our logging system, right? So we have these different levels of logging info, right? So we have trace, which is like super kind of specific, localized information that you might need. And we can turn that on or off if we want. And then we have debug information, which is a little less specific, a little bit less, a little bit higher scope, I should say. And so, you know, this is for like, trace is for like super verbose debugging versus debug is just for your typical debugging. And so in non-debug builds, you typically turn these both off, right? Info is just for standard info, right? It's not really an error, it's not a warning, it's just information you want to output to the console. Then we have a warning, which should be pretty self-explanatory. It's basically saying, you know, something isn't operating as expected, but the application can't continue. We also have an error, which is kind of a little bit similar in concept, but it's a little bit more serious, right? So instead of something that's a warning, it's like, hey, this might actually cause the application to not run correctly. And then we have fatal, which basically means stop here. We've run into an error that we can't actually recover from. And you know, here's why. Here's the data about that. And so all of these call this log output function, right? Which in turn just calls the OS specific console logging stuff, right? But the difference is they output a different error or a different log level prepended to the message, right? So all of these pretty much function the same way. They just prepend automatically, error, warn, fatal, whatever. And then they take variadic arguments. So sort of like printf does, right? And so what that allows us to do is we can then go into, let's see. Let's see if I can find an example here. Right, so what it allows us to do is have formatted error messages like this one here. So in this case, we say kerning entry count mismatch, and then we, in similar printf style, we spit out two unsigned integers, right? One is entry count, one is kerning count, for example. And so that's basically what those functions are. Is they're just super convenient ways for us to be able to log. Now, you might ask, why are they macros, right? Well, part of the reason is to make them short, right? So we could just say k fatal, k error, k warn. I prepended them with k because keywords like error and warn are used in some APIs, right? So we don't want to collide with those things that are already defined. The Windows API, I think, uses error, right? So we put a k there just to keep from colliding. So it makes it simple, so we don't have to put all this out there, right? But also it gives us the power to turn some of these off. So if we look at trace, for example, if trace is enabled, right, then it acts exactly like what I've described so far. If it's disabled, then what it does is, you can see here we have a defined ktrace with all the same arguments, but then it defines nothing, which automatically turns it into a no-op, which means it just compiles out to nothing. So in non-debug builds, it literally has no overhead. There's no if checks or anything. It just compiles out, right? So yeah, I hope that makes sense. All right. So we are in the middle of converting these acquire writable and acquire writable arrayed. And we were talking about the resource system has already a sort of reference counter. So I think what I'm going to do in this case, is I'm actually going to comment this out, right? Because we don't actually need any sort of reference counting for this, right? We're gonna let the resource system do that for us. And then we have this create texture here, which I think we actually need to call instead. I think it was texture resource or create. What was it? K resource texture. What was it? Creates. Did we not set that up? I thought we did. I thought we set that up. Apparently not. That's cool. Create default textures. What did we do for this one? Oh, I think we did all this stuff in line. The new resource texture. We did. Okay, we're gonna follow suit. I'm just gonna copy this whole thing and go back to where we were. And we're gonna piecemeal this. So, needs creation. Oh, now this is interesting. So needs creation is always false. I don't see anything. Oh, process texture reference had something in there about needs creation. Let's look at that really fast. When does that get flipped to true? If it doesn't exist yet. Right. Okay. So I'm not going to worry about that. I can actually kill that. And kill that. And we also are not going to be able to, you know what, I'm not going to register the texture either. I'm going to kill that too. All right, and I'm going to put this in here. And essentially what we're going to do is we're going to create this texture on the fly, but it's not going to have any pixel data. It's not going to have any assets. It's going to be a writable texture, which we've done here. And so essentially all this is going to do is it's going to give us the GPU resources behind a texture, but it's not going to perform any upload of any data, right? Because we don't have any assets, we don't have any pixel data. Those things are just going to be empty, right? So we don't have this resource pixel data. That's not needed, right? None of that's needed. In fact, pixel data is not needed either. So this actually becomes pretty straightforward, pretty simple. So the only thing we do is we zero out the requests. We do a texture type of 2D, which I don't know that we should hard code that actually. Let me see what this was doing. This does nothing with types. Okay. So I guess we could do, because we have array size here too, right? Which is hard-coded to 1, which is not necessarily what we want. We need to use array size here. We do have texture type here, actually. So we can convert that. Let me check one more thing, though, because I could have sworn that there was... We may run into some issues without having either one of these forms of data. We'll see. I suspect we're gonna have some issues there, but we'll figure it out. So array size is gonna be array size. Pretty standard stuff there. Texture type. We can't assume that that's going to be 2D. It could be a different type of texture. This does take texture type, which actually needs to be K-resource texture type. And then this one here, require writable, which is what we're calling, needs to be K-resource texture type 2D. I don't know why that's bleating. I think that's correct. K-resource texture type. Yeah, it's right there. K-resource. Did I spell it wrong or something? No. Oh, I know what it is. It's because the header definition of this differs. This one should be that. Okay. So that passes through. Let's just... Now we can actually use texture type, and we don't have to... Or was that just type? It's just type. So now we don't have to do any sort of conversion on that. And then we have K-resource system request. So this is where we're going to request the actual name of the texture. Why did we have default texture name here? That should absolutely not be that. That should be name. Okay, and then where are we actually going to create the texture to? So, in this case, it needs some sort of owner for this texture. That can't be some sort of a... That's a little bit tricky. So we may actually have to change this up anyways to like the request model. All right. Let's get rid of this first. And then I guess, yeah, we're going to have to change this up. We're going to have to take a pointer to a K-resource texture instead of returning a pointer to one, because we're going to leave the ownership up to the caller of this, not just return a pointer. That's kind of annoying, but I say it's annoying. It's a change we need to make. It's a change that probably we would have had to make in the future anyways, so we might as well go ahead and make it now. Let's see. So the request returns a Boolean. So we're going to do the same thing here. Returns true on success, otherwise false. And then at the end here, we're going to have K-resource texture pointer out texture, right? Ram out texture pointer to hold the requested texture resource. Okay, that should cover us. We are going to rename this though. So texture system request, right? And we'll say requests a writable texture with a given name. This does not point to nor attempt to load a texture file. I guess we should say image asset file. Does also increment the reference counter, which is true, but not done by this system, so it's kind of irrelevant. Writable textures are not auto-released. I don't know that I'm going to keep that true, so I'm going to delete that too. Let's see. Win32 has the best defines for an error handling. Error success is the best. Yeah, we've actually done that a couple of times too. Actually, we did that most recently in our VFS request, right? So we have, although I don't use error success, like I use result, right? So I have result success and then result error, blah, 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 right, instead to get around that. Owen Codes, how's it going? Good to see you. I love the Spiro emotes there. Dr. Elliott, good to see you as well. How are you doing tonight? Grim Heartless, good to see you as well. Saving up them channel points at 1.2k now. Nice. Welcome to the team. Tamandua, how much are you up to in terms of points? I know you're close to that. Oh, Spiro, you evil bastard. Spiro just redeemed the standing desk and treadmill for 30 minutes. You bastard. All right. Give me a second. I got to set that up. So I got to like put the desk up and move my treadmill around. Give me a second. I think I only have one of those available per stream though. Who knows, though? Might wind up making me more productive. We'll see. All right. Yeah, should probably move this cord before I trip over it. There we go. There we go. Treadmilling, half an hour. And I have a timer down there so I can see it. Thanks, Spiro. You know what? You're giving me a gift though, because you know you're extending my lifespan, I guess, right? So I can't get too mad at that. All right. I haven't actually tried this on stream before, so it looks like the camera angle and everything is all right. So we should be good. Got you, bro. Bros for life. Awesome. All right. I actually do this a lot while I'm working during the day, so it's not really anything new to me. All right. So we have this. Instead of doing this needs to be a B8. And then actually I'm just going to do a copy pasta here. And then at the end, I'll do a key resource texture, out texture. Did we need anything else? Just the K name? Yeah, that should be it. Okay. So, these are now going to be B8. And then that one should return that. We need, what is this? K resource texture. Oops. Out texture. And then here, it'll be the same thing. And then here we'll add out texture. Right, so that should cover that. You guys can still hear me okay, right? I assume. Okay. So this, the request then can just do out texture. Actually, Spiro, what's really funny is you're the first person to redeem that, and I'm actually surprised it took so long. Legitimately. that redeem has been in there for months. I seriously think I put it in there like 4 months ago or so. You've been saving? That's funny. But let's see. What is actually the? Yeah, I know Tamandua is saving for the credit one, where his name goes in the credits for 100,000. Tamandua, where are you up to, by the way, on that? Like, what's your count at? I know you're getting close. Let's see. So we'll do return true here. So whenever we request a writable texture, this should be pretty much immediate in terms of like when it's available. So I think in terms of this, we should be good. To do we need to register this? I don't think we do, but I'm putting it in there anyway. You're almost there, 96.1K. Yeah, so I've actually got to figure out how I'm going to do that. I think probably what I'm going to do is I'm going to create like a credits markdown file that actually exists in the repo, and I'll probably just add you there and anybody that redeems it. I think that makes the most sense. Sampy 159, you're at 64K. That's pretty close too. Yeah, and then once, so I think the 100K one to go in the credits is also going to apply minimally to the first game that we put out, right? So it'll be engine credit, but it'll also be, also you'll appear in the credits of the first game we release. Lurker life. I appreciate that though, more than you know. And then I think, yeah, I guess at least the first game, it'll be in there. Yeah, I think that's fair, right? Because then it's not just for the engine; it's actually in a product that gets shipped and goes out, right? So I think that makes sense. Dr. Stomb, you are the 2,000th follower. We just hit 2,000 followers. Goal smashed. Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. And in fact, thank you everybody for the follows. I really appreciate that. 2,000 is a pretty awesome number. Those of you on YouTube, that's the Twitch follow count, by the way. Internal Static Void, thank you for the follow as well. All right. Yeah, thanks, Spiro. I appreciate that. Here's a suggestion, Easter egg in the game. Oh, there's going to be Easter eggs, believe me. Congrats, happy to help. Keep up the good sea work for the win. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Okay. Let me build this to see where we are. I think the only thing that's going to be an issue is the font system that's calling this, I believe. Texture system. Oh, really? Texture system 272. Oh. Let's just put this down there. Okay, there we go. Font system. Let's see, 678. Right, okay, so instead of doing it this way, where we have our font variants for our system font that assigns directly, which I believe should, yeah, that's already using the new type. We'll do texture system request writable. And then here we have to basically just specify, ooh, you know what? Width, height, channel count, all that stuff is not being passed over here. So how are we going to handle that? Okay, let's fix the call, and then we're going to go back and fix the function. So the name of this is going to be we're actually going to have to do, we have an opportunity to actually get rid of a unsafe string format here. So let's do font text name equals, delete that, and then we'll do the safe version of this. And there's our format string, all that jazz. And then here, this is going to be kname create, and that's going to be font text name. And then under here we can do string free font text name so that we don't forget to free that. Width is going to be out variant atlas size X, and then height is going to be the Y. Channel counts, we're hard coding that to 4, it looks like. Has transparency is going to be true. And then the texture is going to be out variant atlas texture. And we want the address of that. Right? So that's the old. We also need to check this, because if that fails for some reason, that's an issue. So failed to, actually I guess we'll say request for writable font texture atlas resource failed. See logs for details. And in this case, I believe this returns a Boolean, so we would return false in that case. Which I guess this technically would leak that font name too, so I guess we could. We probably ought to save that off and check it later instead of doing it that way. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Oh, I suppose I need to update my goal, right? So follower goal. Let's see. I guess I have to do start new goal. Let's do, we're going to set the next goal to 5,000 followers. There we go. Okay, cool. Let's see. You mean with the credits thingy? We could, I mean, yeah, there's so many opportunities for Easter eggs. We're definitely gonna do that up. Dare you to make an anteater in a suit as a boss. Dude, you have no idea how tempted I am to do that. The only problem with that would be animating it. Which treadmill am I using? It's called the Urevo treadmill. I'd have to, let me see if I can find it real quick. Let me see if I can actually find the right one, and I'll link it. It's not like, I'm obviously not like sponsored by them or anything, but give me a second just to, I'm pretty sure I got this off of Amazon actually. I think, is it this one? I don't know. It's one that looks a lot like, oh, come on, open. Wow, okay. Apparently Amazon doesn't want to open for me right now. That's cool. All right, well, basically, I guess it's kind of similar to this one here. Yeah, in fact, that is the one. Yeah, I don't know what like version or anything like that is, but the cool part is like this bar folds down, so you can actually use it without that, so it fits under the desk really well. So yeah, it's pretty neat. If I can find the actual link at some point, I'll probably just put it like in the description or something. Okay, so I guess instead of wrapping this in if check, let's do this. All right, we'll do that. We can do here if request result, right? We'll do this and then return that, else return result. Actually, we don't even need the else, come to think of it. Request result, right? Okay. So this can go down here, right? And that way we only do this bit if the request was successful. We clean this up either way. We should be good to go. Okay. Is there anything else that I'm going to need to do with that? I don't know for sure. Actually, I think there is. We have this request writable, right? So this request writable, this was the other thing that we were thinking about. So when we request this, right, we have the width, height, and channel count that goes along with it. The flags also, we need to set the transparency flag. Or equals k resource texture flag has transparency, right? So we'll do has transparency. So if it has it, then we or that flag in there. If we don't, then we just do nothing. All right, so channel count, width, and height. We need a way to actually get that into the request, right? So we have this here. And the problem is the pixel data contains this information. If we actually, have that. And then we also have in the base, the assets that actually come through in the base actually will contain that. But if we have neither, then we have no way to actually set that. So what we might do is, I'm just going to take this. Let's see, it has transparency. I don't need to set that. This should just be sufficient to do these. What we'll do is, after this, we'll put these properties, right? All right, so right, and then we can say here, only, I guess we could say texture, width, and pixels. Ignored unless there are no assets or pixel datas, right? So we have basically that same thing. The only difference being texture channel count, right? So we're basically going to ignore those flags if we have pixel data or we have asset data, right? So we can do info.width equals width, info.height equals height, info.channel count equals channel count, and we're going to have to go into, let's see, it's going to be the resource handler. Texture. All right, so when we are requesting a texture, we either have assets or we have pixel data, right? And we already did this as an else if, so we're actually good. Otherwise, we have no assets, no pixel data. Must be writable or depth texture, which I believe we actually check for that stuff up here too. So we should be good as far as these are concerned. Okay. So let's see, we have we basically just need to do this bit minus this, right? So we're going to wind up with some duplicated code. I think we're going to have to go through here. We can probably go through here afterwards and remove some of that duplicated code, but for now I'm just going to cheat. So I'm going to take this, all the acquisition result. The only bit that I don't need is the writing data, right? So we can take that, put it here, and we're going to say nothing to upload, so this is available immediately. So we do a loading state. I guess we don't really have to do that. We could probably skip it, right? But I suppose if we make this asynchronous, the time it takes to run through this is worth something, I guess. Okay, so the only bit of this that's going to be changing is this section here. So let's see, type to resource width. We're not going to have this. We instead have typed request, width, height, and channel count was the other thing we had, which is not going to be right because we actually need format, and channel count doesn't give us that. So we're going to have to modify that a little bit. I guess the treadmill is now a part of the streaming equipment. I mean, I guess so, right? New style, looks different. I think he's in the zone, too deep to notice anything. Yeah, so I did mention at the beginning of the stream, just because we are actually going to be running a little bit longer of a stream today too, because it's technically my birthday at midnight, right? So that's a little over an hour away. So I'm going to run a little bit of a longer stream today to hit that, but I'm also just not taking ad breaks today, just because I want to get stuff done. So yeah, that's we did miss every ad break, yes, just because I'm trying to keep it moving. And apparently Spiro had other ideas about keeping me moving too, by getting the treadmill redeem going. So, all right. So we need format. So I guess instead of channel count, we really need format, don't we? So when we request, I guess that does make more sense though, right? Like if we're requesting a writable texture, who cares about the channel count? We really ought to have format there. That does actually make more sense. So let's peak definition on this. Let's change channel count to format. Right, and we're going to do texture format, which I think actually does make a lot more sense. We're going to need to go to the header file first. All right, so we'll do this one first, I guess. Actually, let's do texture format. And we'll do the same thing here, which we probably ought to switch to using format more often than channel count. I think it makes a little bit more sense. Format. The texture format. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Okay, so now we have format there. We need it here. K resource texture format. Formats, and then pass format through here. And then here, pass format through there. And then on the other side of this, we can just do typed request format. And then the only thing that we need to do is MIP levels, which we can actually So the question there is, for a writable texture, we probably don't want to do MIP mapping for that, I don't think, for a writable texture. right? Because we'd have to regenerate those bitmaps all the time, and that'd be annoying. And I can't see why we'd want to do that. But to make this level of code a little bit more flexible, I think we're going to pass in MIP levels anyway. And what we'll do, I think that's a U16. No, it's a U8. Okay. And what we'll do is in the texture system, we'll just kind of hard code it to 1. And then if we never need to change it, that's the only place we have to change it. It won't be hard coded here. So in this case, we're just going to do, I'm just going to copy this. Right, so this is going to be a U8, and then MIP levels. The number of MIP levels. Ignored unless there are no assets or pixel data. That I don't know. This may not wind up being true, but for now we're gonna keep it consistent with the others. So that'll handle MIP levels there. And then what we'll do is in texture system, we'll do info MIP levels equals 1 here, right? And then, whoops. Maybe with a configurable, right? So now we can pass all of that info onto the resource system. It should be able to pick up and do what it needs. Oh, this is wrong. Request resources for writable texture. Okay, font system. Yes, okay. So we have to fix the font system to actually use what we just wrote. So that's going to be 376. Only accounts for 1 page at the moment. I guess that's fine. Oh, okay. That's the old stuff, so I don't want to keep that. Texture system write data. So this one converted to texture pointer. Texture system write data. Do we not have a... Oh, you know what? That's just a pass through to the render texture write data. I think we might just use the renderer version of that instead. Texture. Oh no, because we don't have the handle, we have to go through the front end. Oh, we might actually be okay. We might actually be okay. So we need... Does this actually give us the... No, we don't have the system here. So we need engine, systems get, render system. The texture handle is going to be variant atlas texture render texture handle. And then offsets, you know what, let me space these down some lines here. Right, so offset in this case is going to be 0. Size You know what, I'm actually just going to copy this. That is a direct drop-in replacement for that. Right, and then that gets commented out. And that returns a Boolean, which we weren't actually checking before. We should be checking this now. So if that fails, failed to write data to system font variant, oops, texture. And I think this returns a Boolean, so that would actually cause a failure here. So we do that. Right, we don't have to go through the texture system to do that, we just use the renderer. Okay, I don't think we have any more warnings. I think we might be done. Okay, something is create system font variant. Undefined reference to texture system request writable. Eh? Let's see. Hydrate redeem. Appreciate that. Let's see. Oh yeah, I have some chat to catch up on. Let's see. Still preparing for the first game, yes. We've circled back now for to handle more of the resource stuff. So that's kind of what we're doing now. Yeah, hydration's important. By the way, why does it say CPP in the bottom right? Where? I don't see CPP anywhere. Maybe that was a different... Oh, you know what? Maybe it counts the header files as CPP. Yep, it does. Which is kind of dumb because CPP files, header files should be HPP. But yeah, apparently this thinks that... Yeah, I don't know. You got me on that one. I don't know why. It just kind of detects it as that, even though it's a C header. Maps are used in writable textures and bloom calculations in the compute shader, if I recall correctly. Yeah, and that's why I'm saying, like, I might expand this to allow us to specify that. In most places where I do bitmaps, I auto-detect it based on the resolution of the actual image itself. So in this case, I put 1, but meh. If and when it's an issue, I can easily fix it, right? I've got one place to update it. And then probably recognizes H file as C++. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Weird approach from MVim. Actually, it's not NeoVim. It's probably the LSP that's doing that. 29 minutes. Been on the treadmill 29 minutes. Yeah, so almost done. Like I said, it's got a timer on there so I can see. Oh, and it is done actually. Oh, you know what? I was actually looking at the wrong display. I've actually been on it for 37 minutes. So Spiro, you got a little bit of extra, buddy. I just realized I was looking at the wrong display. So I did more. All right. Yeah, most C++ projects do use H instead of HPP, but yeah, I think the original intent was to use HPP, but everybody just uses H, so now people just say H is C++, even though it's really C, technically, but it doesn't really matter. It's just an extension. Does that mean I should take more points for from Spiro? If he has any points. Neovim recognizing H as C++ was the source of many annoyances for me regarding the LSP, including auto import. What issues were you running to with auto import on that, out of curiosity? Spiro. All right. Texture system request writable. Why is it saying that that's undefined? It's right. Oh. Because I didn't rename it here, because I'm a dingus. Dingus-oriented programming strikes again. I might actually have to clean. Thank you for the stretch, Redeem. Appreciate that. Then you get an employee discount because you're a mod. It's all good. That's funny. Power's in the hands of the consumer. Instead of including normal H files, it would include like C string. Ooh, that would be annoying. I don't. The only thing that I get auto included is like struct types. Like when I use a struct type that I've defined, then it'll auto include that sometimes. Like anytime there's a tilde that comes up in the autocomplete window, it'll try and do it. But I haven't actually had it try to do that with any C++ libraries yet, I don't think, or at least not that I recall. All right, this is still bleating about texture system request writable. Oh, another one. Request writable arrayed. Did I not? Ay. Let the dingus-oriented programming kick in. All right, I think we're good now. Yeah. Okay, let's get rid of this. Let us try and see how this blows up. I don't know that I've got everything that I needed to get. Yeah, I did not. I saw an error fly by. Okay. So I guess let's have a look at the console log. Yeah, here we go. Sub-resource range. No importers exist for type image. No handler registered for extension PNG. Okay. What has happened here? So this is where it's, this is where it's trying to load. This is where it's trying to load the font texture. Okay, so yeah, we didn't go up quite enough. Invalid primary asset path. Okay. Plugin standard assets textures. All right, so I guess we probably don't have a KBI for that yet. So let's see. Hi, just found your channel yesterday. Any advice for a beginner? I just know C++. that is kind of open-ended, but what I will say is, well, okay, let me ask this. When you say beginner, beginner with what? So you know C++, but do you mean beginning game dev, engine dev, both? What's your goal? We'll start there. Like, is your goal to just create a game, or is your goal to, like, learn how to make an engine and do all the underlying work as well? Where do you stand as far as that goes? Okay, so let me look at, so assets, fonts, Ubuntu Mono, 21 pixels, 0 PNG. Okay, so why is it saying that that is... That looks correct to me. I mean, like, all these extra slashes and stuff don't really matter. That should still resolve to the correct path, because do we actually load that before the atlas? Oh, okay. Yeah, because this doesn't exist, then it tries to import it. No importers exist for type image. That's the bit that gets me. Because obviously we do have that. No handler registered for extension PNG. So it's like our handler is not... See, but here's, like, if I go down a little bit further, so it doesn't load... Where does the actual asset or atlas get loaded in here? Loading asset. Okay, so this is loaded way after the fact. Okay, so this one works. But for some reason, this one is not working. So from package, plugin UI standard, that looks correct. The name looks correct. Ubuntu Mono 21 pix underscore 0. Yep. Package plugin UI standard. Okay, so the invalid thing makes sense. The invalid primary asset path makes sense. These technically shouldn't be errors. Loading this. Asset load from VFS successful. So source asset was loaded. It's the import that's failing. That's really bizarre because this is a PNG and so was the standard UI atlas. So why was it able to find it for one and not the other? Right? Because it tries to load a PNG here, fails, but then further down, it's able to do it here. Well, okay, I guess let me get rid of this binary one. And we'll launch again and try the same thing. Maybe that got foobar somehow. Did it do anything? Okay. Okay, so here it failed to import that texture, but down here, did it import this one? So we didn't find the primary of that one. Source asset loaded. Yeah, and it worked down here. What am I missing? The package name is correct, right? Plugin UI standard. It's literally the same thing. Just one has importers and the other doesn't. Thank you for the follow. Also just started learning C++, but I'm having trouble growing my beard. Is that a strict requirement? No. Did we hit some sort of undefined behavior? I'm beginning to wonder that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do this and trace it back. I'll bet there's some dingus-oriented programming in here somewhere. Oh, I probably need to stop this and restart it. Okay. So the type image, okay. Type string is that. Okay, so importers equals 0. Okay. So why would that be? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I wonder if it is a startup order of operations thing. We have the texture system here. And technically speaking, this is during font system initialization, right? So where does the font system fit in with this? I'm pretty sure this is the old resource system. Plugin system is here. Here's the new resource system. Asset importer registry. Okay. The font system, I think, comes way after that. Yeah, the font system's way, way after that, so it shouldn't be that. So the plugin system initialization is what triggers let me think about this for a second. The plugin system is what triggers the standard UI to load. Job system. Oh, that's going to be a problem, actually. We stand up the job system pretty late. But eventually some of this stuff is going to be... Some of these early asset loads are going to be jobified. That's going to be a problem. We're going to have to move that. Texture systems all the way down here. Font system is even further down, so it should be after the texture system. That makes sense. Check from where we are in the call stack. Yeah, so we're right here, right? So this is bitmap font. We've requested the bitmap font asset, right? So this is basically drilling all the way down through all of our systems. And essentially what we've done at this point is we've done the VFS request asset, right? We are doing a source asset request, right? So that is all correct all the way down. We issue the callback. The callback is this basic base on asset loaded, which works for everything else so far. The next thing we try to look up is the importer. So we have the asset type, which is image, which we know we have an importer for. So I guess actually let's put a breakpoint here, right? So this is where we request the source asset when the primary asset isn't found. And then let's also do registry initialize. Let's do registry register as well. So we can find out if this is being registered like after the fact or something. There's the issue. So oh, right. Okay. Okay. I think I see what the issue is. I think. So when we initialize this plugin, right, this is the utils plugin that we have. So the utilities plugin is basically like it's what contains all our importers, our exporters, our serializers having to do with that kind of thing. This is all of the sort of external stuff that we don't want in the core runtime, but we might want for something like an editor, or we might want for a debug build of our game to allow for automatic asset imports, right? So on a production build, we would not include this plugin. But in a debug build, we would to allow for, things like automatic asset imports. The problem is this plugin initialization step that happens here is where we actually register our importers. That is happening after. That is happening after we're actually trying to obtain an importer. So wherever we are initializing the plugins themselves is happening too late for this to be effective, which means that either this particular plugin needs to be rewritten to allow that to happen earlier, or we need to move it in engine. Because we have our font system here, and then I'll bet somewhere further down here. Plugin system initialize plugins, right there. Which happens post boot. That's what it is. Oh wow, I didn't even hear the the raid thing go off. Els Dragoon, how are you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. I was deep in the zone. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm deep in the zone of trying to figure out an order of operations issue, but essentially having to do with automatic asset imports and stuff. That's awesome. What did you guys get up to on stream? For those of you who don't know who Els Dragoon is, they are a team working on native NES games written in assembly. Giga Chad stuff. Highly recommend you guys follow them. They sort of tag team the programming and the art side of it, and it's really cool stuff. So yeah, definitely shout out to those guys. Thank you guys so much for the raid. For the raiders, to give a little context as to what we're doing, because I'm really deep in the weeds here. We are building a game engine from scratch using C as the programming language, and then Vulkan as our initial rendering backend. And so this whole thing essentially started as a YouTube tutorial series. But as with any large project, tutorials only go so far. So we morphed formats a couple of times, changed a few different things, ultimately landed on the live stream format that you see here. And that is kind of what we're doing now. We are making a game engine. So this website here, which I'll drop a link in chat really quickly. So this website here is sort of the central portal to the whole project. The engine itself is free and open source, so it's available on GitHub. There's a link there in the site for it. It's Apache 2.0 license, which means if you want to use it, you can use it however you see fit, personal, commercial, does not matter. All that I ask is that you say that you used it, and that's literally it. Here's a couple of older screenshots. I actually really need to update these with some newer, shinier stuff. But we've got a basic PBR pipeline. We have we're sort of the start of kind of an editor where we can select objects, move them around, things like that. Cascaded shadow maps. We actually introduced water not too long ago. And so we're just kind of adding features. What we're working on right now is we are actually completely overhauling our asset and resource systems. Or actually, they're brand new systems technically, and they're replacing an old system that we had. And so we're just kind of dealing with the fallout from that for right now. And it's reaching into the deep roots of the engine, and so there's just a couple things that we're trying to figure out. And that's basically what we're doing. We're trying to start a new level and sort of testing waters on how big we can make a level in tiles. Seems to be more of a question of writing some sort of compression. Ooh, yeah, I'll bet. I forget what you guys are limited to. How big is the color palette you can have? I forget. I don't remember. It's not very big, I know that. But then also you're talking tiles that have to be drawn, like how much can you actually store? Yeah, that's interesting stuff. Color palette's pretty limited, yeah. Yeah, it's really cool stuff though. Like I said, if you guys aren't following them, definitely do it, because their stuff is really, really cool. I usually wind up catching you guys on VOD, just because of timing. But yeah, thank you guys for the follow, by the way. All right. Let's see. So the problem I'm having now is we have a plugin system, right, that allows us to be pretty flexible with what we use in the engine and what we don't. Or I should say what the application uses, right? So we have the engine, which is sort of a core library, And then we have the application, which can be a game, can be an editor, can be anything, right? It's ultimately the driver. And the application decides how the engine is configured, but also what plugins the engine actually uses. So in this case, we have examples of plugins are our standard UI library, which contains like your buttons and text boxes, things like that. And then a couple of other plugins is our Vulkan renderer is actually a plugin, and our OpenAL audio implementation is actually a plugin. So eventually, we're using Vulkan right now. There'll eventually be one for Direct3D. There will eventually be one for Metal. OpenAL will eventually have another one for like Fmod, things like that. But the application can say, I want to use this plugin or this plugin, and maybe it can use some plugins for release builds and others for debug builds, things of that nature. The whole point of me mentioning that is we have this library here called utils, which is a library that maybe an engine might want, or a debug build of a game might want, but a release build of a game should not have, because it contains things like asset importers. And so the issue here is that we have all of our various asset importers in here, and we are actually trying to import an asset before these things have been registered. And that registration happens during plugin initialization, which doesn't happen until way late in the cycle. And so I'm actually thinking that we may need some sort of something else to something that happens earlier in the cycle than plugin initialization to actually register those things. The only thing that I can think of is further up. We do have, and this is, I think, towards the beginning, where we actually stand up our plugin system. Here it is. So maybe during plugin initialization is the place to do it. I'm not 100% sure, though. So if we take a look at that, this essentially does plugin loading, right? By loading these, shared library files, loading up function pointers and things like that. So when we load a plugin, we load up the library. Kplugin create is called, right? So every plugin has to have a every plugin DLL, you can think of it, or shared library file, has to have a function somewhere that is called kplugin create. And that way, that's automatically loaded whenever we stand up this system, right? It looks for that function and like, hey, that's our hook. That's how we actually create the plugin. So it does that. Let's see, it gets it here. Does it invoke it? Yes, it does. So I guess let's tie it into plugin creation. So that's going to be, I can kill this. Let's go to utils plugin main. And we're actually doing registration of known importer types here. And this is actually where we set up like what plugins or what importers work for what file extensions, so forth. So I guess literally what we're going to do is we're just going to grab all of these and move them here. That seems extremely hacky, but we'll see if it works. You get 4 palettes of 3 colors each, plus a single shared color between the 4 of them. Man, that is extremely limited. Then you get that same setup again for your sprites, and it can be different except the shared color is an alpha. Man, I should try this one of these days. Just just for the challenge. That sounds awesome. Um, in this kind of stuff, you're not really limited as much, right? But that kind of thing is super limiting and super challenging. Sounds like fun, actually. Um, we could also defer requests that comes before init and provide some dummy asset of some kind. Um, which, yeah, dummy assets are actually something that's on the to-do list, right? So one of the things that I do with textures, for example, is we have like default checkerboard textures that are actually generated in code during startup. Um, and we do that so that there's no on disk file reference that's required for the engine to actually run, right? And we have that for textures. We're eventually going to have that for meshes too. So like if you go to load a static mesh that doesn't exist, you'll get like a box in the middle of the screen that loads. Instead, that's, you know, some wacky color or something that says, hey, um, whatever you're trying to load here doesn't exist, you dingus. And, you know, you'll get some error messages about it or something. But at least it doesn't crash the engine, right? Um, that's our whole goal with this, is to always try as hard as we can to keep running no matter what. And just, you know, make it super obvious that something's gone wrong visually, but still allow it to run. So that's kind of the idea here. So let me see. We do hit this register first, so I'm just going to continue this. And hopefully we get a little bit further. Okay, so this is primary doesn't exist. We're going to request the source asset, so let's do that. All right, looks like we still got some errors. All right, so I probably should have stepped through it instead of just letting it rip, but I just want to quickly look and see. Source asset loaded, so that's the font right there. No params defined. Okay, so we got that. We wrote a primary asset out. Did we actually do that? Yes, we did. Okay, so the import process worked. Right, so we have the standard UI atlas, and we have the Ubuntu Mono bitmap font sprite, right? That's been imported. Wrote that out, so that is good. Render or finish uploading texture data. Texture is ready. Okay, so it looks like that worked too. Now, what is this bleating about? What is layer count? Noto Sans CJK. Okay, so this is not about bitmap fonts at all. This is the writable texture that's an issue. Layer count is 0. Sweet. Okay. So why, let me think. Layer count is 0. So when we are requesting that, let's call this. That's going to be so there's the actual write for the system font. Where do we actually request that? This is rebuilding the font atlas, so that's not it. Resource system load. So we've done this for the bitmap font load. What about the system font load? Resource system load. System font. Okay, so that's going to have to change. Oh, here's more hash table stuff. That's gonna have to go too. Because we're not gonna need named lookups after this in here either, as well as the texture system. But that doesn't matter as much for now. Create font system variants. Yeah, this is what we need to do. Request writable. Did we... I think this might be a texture system problem, actually. Mip levels. Oh. We didn't set... Oh, wait, we did set array size. Array size there. Array size... Let me space this down a little bit. Did we not? This should have an array size as 1. And it does. So array size directly translates into layer count, which is what the validation issue was. Right, so this whole sub-resource range layer count stuff, that layer count comes from the array size. So that should definitely be 1. I'm probably gonna have to debug this one as well, I'm thinking. Handler texture. Okay, this is the new section that we wrote here. Array size is typed request array size, which is going to be what this guy is right here. So we have flags, width, height, format, MIP levels, oh, that's the issue right here. It's not pulling from that. It should be that, because we don't have pixel data in that case. That's it. All right, let's see. It looks like I got some stuff to catch up on here. You meant provide a dummy one and replace when the original one is ready. Yes, that is what we're actually doing that in the texture system. Yeah, so the texture system actually has default textures. So we've only actually have like one default K resource texture, but we have all these default textures. And so anytime we come across a texture that isn't in the loaded state, essentially, we fall back and we use the default texture of that given type. Yeah. Let's see. Just started diving into game programming and decided to start with Vulkan and go using a C binding library. Nice, okay. Got a square to render, which is pretty cool, following the tutorial, man, but there's a mountain of stuff to learn. Yes, there is. Do you have any advice for what topics to tackle first? Also, much less important, do you have your NVIB config anywhere? It looks like you have some LSP commands wired up to Telescope, which is something I've been wanting to set up. Okay. Yeah, my dot file is on GitHub. There is a... there is a command that should drop a link. There it goes. Yeah, I'll drop this on the YouTube side as well. So that right there gives you an article that I wrote up detailing what my NeoVim setup is, all the plugins I use, and then a link to a relatively up-to-date config. I think I've made a few changes since then, but it's like 90% up to date. Para, it's good to see you. Glad to have you here. Have a good one. Yeah, my GitHub is Travis Vroman, so I think that actually did I put an exclamation point GitHub? I think I did. Yeah, I mean it links to the Kohi repo, but yeah, you can click into my user from there if you want. That was my first chat here, by the way. I totally guessed the dot files were on GitHub. Yeah, just looks like the type to have them on GitHub, though. Yeah, fair enough. And first time chatter, by the way. I appreciate that. Good to have you here. When you got started with NeoVim and Vim, how did you teach yourself new movements and stuff? I did the Vim tutor, and what I did was Vim tutor. I think you can step through it, and I mean the first time you do it, it'll probably take you like 20 minutes, right? But what I did was I just go through it a few times throughout the day, every day for like a couple weeks, and every time you go into it, especially after a few days, you get faster and faster with it. And then once you get the basic movements down, you can start looking up how to do other stuff. And you're just constantly learning new stuff. So I'm a lot faster with it now than I was. I did eventually switch to using this during work as well. And that was a little bit painful. That took me about 2 weeks to get fully up to like speed as, the same speed I was with other editors, but yeah, that's more or less it. I think over here on the YouTube side, I did miss a couple things. Okay, so your goal is to know how an engine works, and for C, C++, pointers and that stuff. Okay. You'd be surprised how much that trips people up. Watch the setup for Windows, and I get confused a little bit, like defining and checking and stuff. And another question I have is, Ubuntu, do you recommend to switch to Windows? So that depends on your knowledge of the operating system, right? I can't really recommend what operating system to use. That totally depends on your skill, right? So like I use Arch, by the way, but I started learning Linux using Ubuntu years ago. So it's whatever you're comfortable with. If you're comfortable using this, use it. If you're comfortable using Windows, use it. If you're comfortable using Mac OS, you can use that too. Use whatever you're comfortable with, right? Because it's one less thing you have to learn. So I would say, if you're comfortable in Windows, use that. If you're comfortable in Linux, use that. Especially while you're trying to learn something like game dev. If your goal is to learn game engine development, I always point to. Let me grab it. I always point to this book here, which is Game Engine Architecture by Jason Gregory. It's a thick boy, right? It's thick. It's at least 2 C's thick, maybe 3. But it's well worth the read, right? It gives you a high level detail, or high level view rather, of all the various things that can go into game engine development. It also gives like a small primer on C, processor, memory, how all that stuff works. I highly recommend that book as a starting point if you're wanting to get into game engine dev. And it's not the kind of book that you want to get at the library and just, kind of read it once and then return it. Buy it. Because you're going to need it again and again and again and again. I've read this book probably a dozen or more times. So, yeah, I hope that helps. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Let's see. Always, by the way, yeah. I have to do the meme, right? I can't say that I use Arch and not say by the way. It's like a requirement. It's like they should just rename it instead of Arch Linux. It should just be Arch by the way. They should rename it. I use Endeavor OS, Arch based. Fair enough. Yeah. I haven't tried Endeavor. Actually, a few months ago, I had to I distro hopped a little bit, just trying to try out some different stuff, and I didn't like any of it, and just went back to Arch, mainline Arch. So it's funny how that works out. I even prefer it over Ubuntu these days, but that's just me. It's not for everybody. I break stuff all the time in it too. All right. Did we build successfully? Yes. Okay, so we fixed the array size thing. Let's see if that fixes our error. I suspect it will. Doesn't mean we don't have another one following it up, but... all right, let me just check the log real quick. Okay. So we were able to upload that texture. Here's another one. Okay. So I don't see any more errors in here. So I think as far as that goes, we're good. Okay. So, what is this error that we're getting here? What is this bleating about? Well, no pointer. All right. Fun. So, descriptor set, update, and bind. Let's have a look at our debug here. So, standard UI shader. Okay. So the map that we have does also not have a texture. And also, this is a little bit sus because filter mode nearest is, I never use that by default, but it is 0 in terms of the enumeration, so that's always sort of the default. So what this tells me is we have a 0 initialized block of memory, which all these other things shouldn't be 0 as well. Okay, so how do we get here? Apply instance. So Atlas override. Atlas override actually has an override, but the override is rubbish. So what is the renderable? Judging by this, I'm guessing that's text. Okay, so why is our Atlas override foobar? Let's have a look at, that's going to be, the renderable is going to be for an SUI label. So oh, interesting. Okay. Looks like there's a few places where we might have actually SUI label control render. So this is label control create maps. We actually have this commented out, so that's actually not right. This should actually be here. This was a fix me. I doubt that's the fix, but there's that one, and then there's this one. So I guess we could put breakpoints on both of them just to see what's going on here. Okay. Also, it's a little bit weird that we're having to do this, but I digress. So type data, atlas. Right. Okay, so our atlas, what I take this to mean is that we're not setting up our texture map for this. So let's see, what are we doing? So we create, when we load, instance resources release. I'll bet the next breakpoint we hit is going to be, well, probably the create again, but then this guy. And this is probably what's wrong. Yep, it is. That's wrong. So it does have a texture, That looks like a default texture based off of what that is. What is the actual? This is a bitmap font. Okay, so that's our text at the bottom of the screen. So our type data atlas. Okay, so let me think about this for a second. So we will load up our bitmap font. We request the texture here. And then rebuild system font. I don't think that's the issue, but I vaguely remember there was something, where was that? I think it was like setup font data. Create map resources, right here. So we didn't want to always necessarily be doing this, but system font variant. We need this to happen here. And let's see, this is going to be, I guess it's going to be out variant. Right, so that's going to be that, and then, oops, out variant atlas, and then I guess we also are going to need engine systems get render system. Resource texture map. This is going to be render texture map resources acquire. This is going to be resource version of that. Okay. So we have that once here. And then we're also going to need that on bitmap font load. So our bitmap font load, we request this here, the texture. And then we called setup font data, right? So after that, we need the texture map to be created here as well. So in this case, it's going to be, let's see, is it going to be lookup font resource? I don't want to type all that over and over again. Let's just do this. Font data. If I can spell, that would be great. Initializing font data. Oh, I need the address of this. And now I can just do data atlas, right? And then one more time here. And then at least that should be set up. Oh, there is one more thing too, though. Data atlas texture equals data atlas texture, the address of that. Right, so that actually needs to happen in both places. Both for the system font and the bitmap font. All right. And what do you know? It is actually midnight where I am now, so I'm now officially less than 1 year away from being 40. Level 39. All right, so there we go. See, we've got good stuff in here now. My condolences. Yeah. That's more or less how I feel, right? Always just, you know, a step ahead of the Grim Reaper, but he's gaining on me, you know? All right. Well, it's working, right? But we're getting all sorts of weird errors here. So I'm going to guess, since the bitmap font is working and the system font is not working, system font is where it's foobar. So that's definitely a step in the right direction. Thank you guys for the birthday wishes. I appreciate that. Stuff starts breaking randomly after today. Like I threw my back out getting off the couch last week. You know what's funny, Sergeant Pepper, is that's been happening to me since I turned 30. For me, that line was at 30. I feel like just stuff is just like, it's like once a week something new comes up, you know, for sure. Yeah, not like this, exactly. Yeah. I feel like stuff's always breaking, for sure. We are neckbeards. We have a shorter half-life. You aren't wrong. You aren't wrong at all. You know, it's like every time something new comes up, I'm just like, Been meaning to use that button for a while. But yeah, that's how it feels sometimes for sure. But hey, at least next year I'll be able to use the Spiro line of at the ripe old age of 40. Doesn't have the same ring to it at 39, but I'm okay with that. Let's see. Yeah, Spiro's still around. He streamed. What was it? Was it yesterday or the day before? Yeah, he still streams. Yeah, for sure. He might even still be in chat. He was here earlier. I don't know if he's still on or if he's gone off to bed because we're old. You were talking to him all evening. Yeah, he was here not too long ago. I think he's still online. I just don't know if he's probably lurked. No, it's yeah. Even on Discord it says he's away, so he's probably sleeping. Probably just my broken circadian rhythm. Fair enough. Yeah, and normally I don't even stream this late, but I actually took the day off because it's my birthday. So I am. I technically took, I guess, today off, is what you would say. So I don't have to get up super early in the morning. Um, but I'm gonna, spend some time offline tomorrow, actually, because I thought about doing like a birthday stream, but then I'm like, I could use a little bit more time offline. So that's more or less what I'm gonna do tomorrow. Is just kind of spend some time offline, or at the very least, maybe lurking in some streams. Um, Walked in 10 seconds into walking in the stream. He told me to get fooked. Oh, yes. That's Spiro for you. The unhinged Spiro, yes. What is your day job, if you don't mind me asking? So, my day job at the moment is I write. I have to be careful how much I say, but I write software that is used by hospitals. So, it's healthcare software. A lot of it's under pretty strict NDAs and stuff like that. But yeah, that's what I do during the day. Is I write the software that is used by hospitals. Fun. It's not anywhere near as exciting as game dev, but it provides well. Can't argue with that for sure. Stability is always a good thing, and actually. It's much more stable than what I've had the past, because I was at a different job earlier this year, and in February I got laid off from that job. So, I'll take the stability over anything else for sure. Okay. So the system font variant. What did we? First of all, what was the error we were getting? Let's look at that first. Probably something stupid. Swap chain images. Okay. So once again, we have an issue of trying to sample the swap chain image, which means that we're probably doing something stupid when it comes to getting the texture that's actually being used. Okay, so I'm trying to think, what was the fix for that last time I ran into that? It has to do specifically. I'm pretty sure it's specifically for system fonts. So one thing I didn't look at. So registered texture. This does out variant atlas texture, which we then use here. So I don't think it's that. Request the writable. Okay, so it must be the texture handler. Typed resource. Oh, we didn't actually flip the state for one thing. I don't know if that's actually the problem, but that's a problem. It's never going to use the right one if we don't do that. Or wait, do we do that? Yeah, we do that here. Flip to a loaded state, flip to a loaded state. I think we do that in the other. And this one's done when we load assets. So I can't imagine it was just that, but it might be. Let me try that first. Nope, that's not it. Okay. Question is, what is the VS Code? Oops, I forgot to bleep it. Oop, it's a family stream. I'm supposed to bleep it out. I'm supposed to say VS. Wow, that was a really late beep. Let me try that again. Is that just like... There we go. Yeah, I have to censor that. It's a family-friendly stream, right? We can't be saying things like VS and not bleep it, right? But yeah, I use this as my debugger, so I don't really edit with this. But its debugger, the graphical debugger, is not the most terrible one out there. It's still kind of terrible, but you know, it's one of the better options that's out there. So that's what I use. But coding in this is awful. It's slow, for sure. The debugger's not particularly quick either, but yeah, that's what I use this for. So whenever I pull this up, I'm pulling it up so that I can actually like debug. Yeah, so I actually, before I switched to Vim a few years ago, I was using this, which is still a better, well, okay, it used to be. It was a step in the right direction away from full-blown Visual Studio, right? But have I tried Rad Debug? I have not, only because I needed something also that ran cross-platform. So I need something that can debug on Windows, Mac OS, and Linux, right? Because I support all of them. So I have to use something like this one. Coffee Lava, how's it going, man? Yes, it is past my bedtime, my normal bedtime, yeah. I'm doing a special, like, a little bit longer of a birthday stream, if you will. So I've been level 39 for 11 minutes now. But yeah, I just decided to go a little bit longer tonight. See where I get tired. I'm starting to get a little bit tired, so I might actually wind up winding down sometime soon. But yeah, I figured I would go a little bit longer. Then I'll get some sleep, and then I'm probably just gonna mostly disconnect for the day. Oh, Coffee Lava! Thank you so much for the community gift subs. I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much for the support. That means a lot. I appreciate that. That helps out a lot. Really, seriously, thank you, man. Reasonable. I use GF in Linux. It's terrible, but it works. Yeah, I've tried GF, and it's okay, but it's not. I don't know. It's just not quite there for me. Pushing 40, yeah, that's gonna be. You know, I'll be able to steal Spiro's term next year and say at the ripe old age of 40, and then rant about somebody being on my lawn. You know. I appreciate the birthday wishes. Thank you. But yeah, yeah. So level 39. My days of my 30s are limited. Is what it is, though. Getting some gray hairs too. I appreciate that, Lemon. Lemnine. Just turned 31 and I'm half gray. Yeah, I mean, I'm starting to get grays in here, but the way I look at it is I earned them, right? So if you're getting a lot of grays, you earned them. That's what I tell myself. I don't know how true it is, but... All right. You tell yourself the same thing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you have to tell yourself that every time something new breaks, right? You get up in the morning, you've got a new pain that you just can't explain, or something doesn't work quite right that has worked all your life, and all of a sudden it's just like, ow, it hurts when I do that. And you're just like... Yeah, I know how that is. Okay. So this is still, I think, sampling the wrong image, I believe. Yes. Still sampling the wrong image. Okay, so why would that be? So we acquire texture resources here. So when we do, let me take a look at this callback that's made on asset load. Right, we do the texture resources acquire. I don't see anything here that we're setting additionally. We do a texture write data. Oh, maybe this is it. Maybe it's a generation issue. I can't imagine that's it, though. I can't imagine that that's it. So for creating a writable texture that has no pixel data or no asset data to be uploaded, right, we can do that, but I don't think that's the issue either. So my question is why are we... Where is it getting the... Why is it picking up the wrong image? Are we doing anything stupid over here? When we create the font variant, we request a writable texture that will effectively be immediately available after this. Then we set up a texture map. We acquire resources for that. Whoops. Acquire resources for that. And then we assign the texture. And I don't think there's anything else in here that we need. Right, we pass the asset, or the atlas here. That should acquire all of our internal resources, give us a valid handle. There's a high chance I'm doing something stupid somewhere. For sure I am. I guess what I'm going to have to do is step through it. Let's go to font system and put a breakpoint here and see what happens. So this is when we're creating a system font variant, right? Which is ultimately that dynamic atlas that we create whenever we're using system fonts. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. All right, so before we do this, we have an internal idea. Okay, so all these things are 0 before we do this. So when we go to acquire those resources, we create the sampler. Okay, I don't think this is what's broken. This is just the sampler creation. That's going to be fine. Internal ID, selected ID is 1. Okay, so that's fine. MIP levels is 1 also. We set the texture right there. So that is good to go. We can tell that it's the... Oh, wait a minute. The format is kind of foobar. Render texture handle. Handle index. Okay, so this is a valid handle index. Okay. So I think all of this is actually correct, right? So we're creating all these. Yeah, this looks correct to me. We have a new internal ID there. That is fine. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Welcome. And whenever we do the rebuilding, all that's doing is writing the data. So that should be fine. We can skip that. Glyph count, kernings, all that stuff. Okay, so that's fine. That's actually not what's tripping up. Create map resources. Okay, let me think. So if we have... I don't see anything here that looks wrong so far. I think I can go ahead. I don't think it's this. I'm wondering if it's actually... Yeah, the loading of that stuff is fine. It's actually when we go to sample it. So that means in here, I'm thinking it's this. Yeah, that's what it is right there. See how that has internal ID 0? That is wrong. So this is... Wait a minute, though. I thought that that was rendering correctly. Maybe that one is correct. Maybe that's not the wrong one. Mono test text. Internal ID is 12. Okay, so which one is this one then? Oh, interesting. We did get a validation error right after that, I think. I probably ought to restart this. And let's do... Move this here. Override. Here we go. Here we go. I could actually get rid of these. So this internal ID of 0 is a little concerning to me. But this is the one that works. Mono test text. And the black version of that, which is sort of the shadow that's behind it. And then this one that does have a correct internal ID is ostensibly the one that's broken. Mono test text black. Now we've gotten one set of these. So the descriptor set here is... Do we actually have the name of the descriptor set? Should be in here somewhere. Hmm. Let's see. Relieved it isn't a memory bug? No, I don't think it's a memory bug at all. Shouldn't debug on stream. It gives Rust programmers ammunition. I don't care. Should be off anyways until next time. All right, fair enough. I appreciate you being here and interacting. Yeah, the reason I debug on stream is because I think it's a valuable thing that a lot of people leave out, right? And no programmer goes through their, doing complicated things like this without debugging. I think it's an important thing to show. A, how to do it, but B, also the thought processes that go behind it, I think that's a valuable thing that is skipped over by too many. So that's the reason we do that here. All right. So I think these are both the same issue. Yep. So essentially, it's somehow getting the wrong image here. What is the texture that's associated with this? 128 by 128. Okay, so that's a bitmap font texture. That is consistent with the monotest black. Okay. Monotest text should have the same texture. Yep, same texture. This format unknown is a little bit concerning, but we'll ignore that for now. And this final one, okay. This one's obviously the problem. Yeah, this is garbage. This is all garbage. Okay. Which means clamp to edge, linear, those are valid. Internal ID is valid. So everything here is valid except the texture. Did I do something stupid over in the font system? Rebuild. I don't want that. I want create system font variant. See, we set the texture here. K resource texture to Atlas texture, which was requested here. I guess let's set another breakpoint here. And relaunch and see what we're doing here, because something here is just not right. So Atlas texture. Aside from the unknown format, that makes sense. All right, so actually let's do... Actually, let's take the whole Atlas. Right. And then once we assign that, looks legit to me. Okay. I'm going to switch the breakpoint to be down here so that we don't have to step over once. All right, so we'll do that one. This is a different texture, but same kind of thing. Wait a minute, though. Font texture name. Oh, because we already free it down here. Okay. Let me restart this. Okay. That should be fine. Wait a minute. Oh, that's the string free. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. So this one looks relatively, that looks fine. I don't see anything off here either. So this font file, if I remember, has 10 faces in it. Yeah, these are all no name text map sampler. That's interesting. So how did we get there? Font text name. Should have been freed. Oh, I think I see what's happening. Debug wise anyways. Let's just do that. Oops. That way we don't accidentally get garbage in there. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Well, there's 11 in there. Okay. Okay, and the Atlas override. Internal ID is 0. That's not of the texture, though. The texture internal ID is what actually matters. Come to think of it. So that actually doesn't matter. Okay. Where is there another Atlas override? Could have swore there was more than one of them here. So those are the only two places that's used. Atlas texture is the right one, okay. And then Atlas, oops. Atlas. 5692. Yeah, that looks correct. It's gonna be something stupid. I can almost guarantee it. So I guess let's do a conditional breakpoint here. And continue. This is the render. Let's disable this one. Okay, so this got hit. Okay, so I don't see anywhere where that's internal data UI Atlas. And that is truly the UI Atlas. Okay. So I guess let's remove this. Move this down a bit. Oh, it's gonna make me. I wish you could move a breakpoint instead of having to like delete it and re-add it. It's annoying. Okay. So here's where we're setting it in the actual shader to be used. Right there is where it's foobar. So whatever this is, whatever this scenario is wrong. So UI Atlas, first off, is Atlas override actually defined? Yes, it is. And whatever that texture is just completely wrong. So what control is this for? This is going to be for a particular renderable. Index count. Okay, Looking at that, that's probably that's going to be the UTF-8 font. Yeah, that's completely wrong. State is uninitialized. Okay. What would cause that? Mm, I think my brain is just fried, quite honestly. I think I might. I think I might be nearing the end of what I'm capable of doing for today. Because I also programmed all day before this. Let's see. First time chatter, welcome, first of all. Why is C so widely used in game engine development? Am I missing out on something by using C instead? Just a genuine curiosity. Most people like it for the type safety, the object oriented programming aspects of it, operator overloads, things like that. Um, that would be really the primary reasons behind it. Lots of AAA companies and large game engines tend to use heavy use of object-oriented programming, whereas C doesn't necessarily, lend itself very well to that. So I use C because I prefer it, because I try to steer clear of object-oriented programming for the most part. Everything has its uses. Right tool for the right job, all that. I'm not one of those people that says OOP is always bad. Um, I just think it's unnecessary in a lot of cases. But to answer your question, I don't think you're missing out on something by using C, um, unless you want those features. I will say, if you are thinking about getting into it professionally, like you want to go work at a AAA studio, you need to use C++. You need to know it at least very well. Um, but having a strong foundation of C underneath your knowledge of C++ could be a very valuable thing too. So I don't think you're missing out on anything per se, but it depends on what your goals are. Wish C had some basic things like operator overloading and default function parameters. Yeah, I mean, the only thing though, like, I think operator overloads are overused, to be honest. Like, the whole string or the whole stream thing using these operator overloads, like, that to me is terrible. Um, the only time that they make sense in my mind is like for, vector math operations and things like that. But otherwise, I don't tend to use them a lot. And I don't use them at all here, obviously, in this code base. If I were to add something to C, it'd probably be some good generic programming. Yeah, that might be nice. Instead of having to do it all through macros, for sure. And it would be something that would be a non-sucky version of templates would be nice. You know, because templates are kind of terrible. Thanks for the reply. I've used C more than C++ and prefer it as well, but I haven't worked with graphics programming yet. So yeah, you can certainly do anything with C. Absolutely. But a lot of the larger studios are going to want C++. If for no other reason, then, well, that's what we use here, right? There's plenty of reasons for it. There's plenty of reasons against it, but depends on what your goals are. C++ 26 will have awesome static reflection. That's something people have wanted for a long time. Yes, that would be nice. Also, const expression is in 23, which is something that I really wish C had. But, you know, obviously, that's a little bit too new for me to use it at the moment. 17. There's no const expression in C17. I think it's 23. C++ 11, I think, is where that got introduced, right? Or was that C++ 17? I forget. I haven't touched C++ in a while, so I honestly don't remember what the versions had and when. Oh, no, we were talking about the things that I wish were in C, yeah. Limited version of const expression available in C23. That's what I thought, yeah. Yeah, it would be really nice for things like compile time string hashing was what I would really want that for. Const expression was C11. Or C++11. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. I thought so. I didn't think it was any earlier than that. I would have been shocked if it was, actually. Do you like RTTI? I think for some things it can be really useful, but if we're added to a language, it could be abused a lot. Yeah, I don't really use it all that much, so I guess not. Again, though, that's preference and what your goals are, right? Right tool for the right job. So I'm not going to say it's always bad to do that, because it's not, right? Depends on what you're doing. Yeah, I think I'm brain dead for tonight, honestly. I think that's half of my problem here. Like I said, I coded all day before this, and now I'm up way later than I normally am, and I've been at this for a while, and we actually made some pretty good progress today, so I'm not actually mad at that at all. We got half of our fonts working, and the other is, like, I think another step or two away. I really think we're very close. But I think this is probably where I'm going to wind up drawing the line for today. Just because I'm starting to get that, like, I stare at the screen and nothing's making sense anymore. From Lake, how's it going? Good to see you. Too bad I missed the show. But it's so nice to be sleeping during the night. Yeah, I'm about to go do the same thing, I think. I was hoping to make it, well, okay. I guess if I go for another 4 minutes, then it'll be 4 hours, right? It's pretty good progress we made tonight, I think. We did at least get half of our fonts working, right? So we have a crap ton of that stuff, right? But at least we have this working now, which is all using the new resource management that we had, a new asset management. So this is definitely a step in the right direction. We got this working earlier, and now this. So it's just one less thing that we have to convert. It's our system fonts and generating those, the dynamic resource there that I think is the issue. So we definitely made it pretty far. I don't think I'm going to, let me see. I don't know if this is worth committing yet. More than likely, what's probably going to wind up happening is I'm probably going to spend some time on this tomorrow to fix that bug, and then I'll commit it. Because I don't really want to commit it and it's like broken. I mean, it kind of works, but not really. Right, I want to get rid of this kind of stuff first. We do have some cleanup to do around destruction as well, resource destruction, but that's relatively easy. It's mostly this issue around it's grabbing the wrong image from our texture system that I need to fix. Yeah, I'm still on here. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so yeah, the reason I did this later stream is because I wanted to be up when it actually clicked over into the next day. So today is technically my birthday, level 39. But on that note, yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and get some sleep. So let me see who is online to raid. So that's going to take me a good minute or so to probably find somebody. I'm hoping, I don't know if anybody's on this time of night that I am actually, that's like somewhat related to what we're doing. Would ideally like to find another programming stream if we can find one. That isn't like web dev. There is a bevy game dev stream. That might be interesting. That's Rust, though. Meh. I don't know. Thanks for streaming. Happy birthday. I appreciate that. Thank you. And thank you guys for joining. Yeah, and I guess before I kick off a raid, yeah, Rust, exactly. ... Yeah, before I kick off a raid, I just want to thank you guys for being here and interacting with me. I like interacting with you guys. It was a little bit of a longer stream today, but I enjoyed it. You know, I had a lot of fun. We made some good progress. If you haven't already, I would greatly appreciate any follows or subs over on the YouTube side. They greatly help me out. We passed the 2,000 follower mark today, which is pretty awesome stuff too. So thank you guys for that. Obviously, this project wouldn't exist without all of you guys, so thank you very much for that. And yeah, we're basically going to... I think I'm just going to pick one here. Let's go with... Oh, wait a minute. That's not... Oh, crap. That just went offline. Okay. Well, the person I was going to raid just went offline. Sweet. Let me try one more thing in terms of... I don't think you guys want to watch leak code stuff. There's a lot of streams around leak code for some reason. It's kind of slim pickings actually tonight, it looks like. There's a lot of Rust dev on tonight too. Is there really nobody like doing C++ stuff? I guess not. Thank you from Lake. I appreciate that. And definitely will do. PHP and Java. Yeah, no, I don't think you guys want to see that. I'm I'm gonna have to refresh the list because it keeps like refreshing on me. Bevy, you guys want to watch a Bevy stream? We could do that. Where was that? Well, let's see. Did they go offline? Oh, wait a minute. I know who we're raiding. I didn't see who it was initially, but we are going to raid Sergeant Pepper. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. Yeah, and we'll see how this goes. Anyways, yeah, thank you guys so much. Like I said, I'm brain dead. I'm gonna go get some sleep. But thank you guys for joining me. I appreciate you guys, and we will see you guys on the next stream, and hopefully we'll have more of this stuff working. So that's gonna do it for tonight. I'll see you guys later. See ya.